There we go. Hello, folks, including Narc whenever it actually starts showing up for you.
Any minute now, I'm sure.
Space. Time to go to space. Lots of space. One of these days I should actually go back and play Portal 2. I've got a copy of it, I just haven't gotten around to playing it yet.
Yes, you really should. And stream it
Yes. Yes, I should.
while I'm watching, so I can laugh.
So has it come up for you yet? It should be working now.
No. Oh, looks like VLC is catching something. Yep, there it is.
Excellent! We have space.
You're... Aha! And it just changed the resolution.
Yep.
And changed the resolution again.
Time to change resolution. We need more resolution, or less resolution. I don't know, we need different resolution, man!
VLC Media Player 213 has stopped working.
Nice. Well done, VLC. Well done. Take a cookie. Go home. Enjoy yourself.
On the bright side, it's working on YouTube now, on the website, with the Flash player.
So,
And there we go.
This is a campaign that I've already played a fair bit. I have gone the full way from start all the way up to, at this point, my best technology is nuclear propulsion. So I actually have nuclear engines now. Woohoo!
Yay! Those are good.
Oh yeah, really, really good. And I'm actually kind of in the process of trying to figure out how to make a mission to the Jupiter equivalent. Joule or something like that. A great big gas giant that you can't
Joule.
Joule. You can't really do anything to the planet itself, I don't think. But it's got a bunch of moons.
The one that's called a
that are-
Joule.
It's got a bunch of moons that are very nice and, yeah, give lots of science.
Whoa.
So yes, this is the Labmobile. It's sort of working. Sort of. Mostly not, but sort of.
Man, the stream delay on this is kind of huge. Also, the VLC crashing is kind of annoying.
Yes, it would be. Yeah,
Fine.
I don't know terribly much about the stream delay because it's kind of hard for me to watch this and that at the same time. I seem to recall that live streams
Okay.
don't actually work from the mobile player, which is annoying. I should probably talk to the live team about that, actually.
That's the Labmobile,
My guess is they
huh?
already know. Yes, if you're finally seeing it now, it is big and bulky and yeah.
And many engined. Many engines.
Basically, the design
All of
here.
those... All of those are jet engines.
Yes.
Of course.
So we've got a little probe core on the top. There's a battery pack under there. A little adapter with some solar panels on it. Basically, control module, whatever the thing is called. It's the inline reaction wheel. I keep looking at the inline advanced stabilizer and going, why would I want to add 0.2 mass for something that apparently does not change the stats at all?
Yeah.
They seriously need to fix that, because right now that's just a useless part. It doesn't help.
I think the advanced stabilizer has the same stuff as the inline reaction wheel, but it does something better.
As far as I can tell, it doesn't look like there's much of a difference between them, so I don't
As
know.
in, not something that shows up in the parts details,
Yeah.
but something.
Regardless, the one that I have is reasonable. You know, it gets a little iffy in places, but it's okay. So yeah, we had the solar panels, the reaction
And
wheels.
now it's buffering. Well done,
Jeez.
YouTube.
Let's see, there's another adapter there, and then kind of the central part of this whole ensemble is a great big lab module. Because
Of
this is
course.
kind of designed to be the central lab that I send to the jovial
It's the
system.
Labmobile.
Yep. And so under that we've got a set of 6 tanks. They're actually kind of set up in an odd little way here. It might have been Scott Manley actually that I saw do the trick with it falls off in pairs, opposing pairs, and they.
It's the I forget the name. Asparagus staging.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's really nice. I like it.
It's something that's not very realistic because apparently real life doesn't work that way.
I don't know. It does pretty much make sense. I mean, you're
I know.
getting rid of.
You're getting
Fuel
rid of
tanks,
the dead
getting rid of
weight
mass.
as soon as you can. I know. In fact, it would be even better if you had smaller fuel tanks.
I mean, I can.
And you could drop them more often.
I
but,
can sort of see that there might be just sort of logistical challenges in having more moving parts, but it does pass sanity check from a physics perspective.
Yeah.
And then right now there's
And
there's a single great big booster under here to try and fix the problem, which is that, well, the things on the outside are lots of jet engines. They are perfectly adequate for getting us to the edge of the atmosphere.
But then...
Yeah.
That's
After
it.
that, it doesn't work so well. I'll go ahead and do a
I
run
think
of
what
this.
you really want there is... I think what you really want there is just one small nuclear engine.
The small nuclear engine is above the booster, because it's not
Oh, I see.
sufficient. It doesn't have enough thrust.
Oh, well, yeah, it depends on how high and how fast the jet engines cut out.
Well, we'll go ahead and do a
Mm-hmm.
test launch here just to see what it looks like. And yes, this is the
Yeah.
point where I really need to remember to switch to my other push-to-talk key, because, control. It will be a night launch, because, well, it's night. Tough.
Well, you could time accelerate to morning.
I suppose I can do that, yeah.
And at some point, I'm going to catch up and actually see the launch in progress.
At some point.
Oh, hey, look, it's
Okay.
that night launch you were talking about.
That's not too bad for delay, then. That's probably like 20 seconds, which is... that's well in with the realm of reason.
Okay, yeah.
5 or 6 seconds would be better, but it's acceptable. Okay, so it is dawn.
Ooh. And it had just... that was very early night, too. Dang.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, well. Anyway.
Okay, so throttled up, SAS on, and start the engines. Because these are jet engines, we will not be taking off immediately. We will be waiting for the engines to warm up, because otherwise things go very, very bad for you. If you listen to the pitch, you'll have a pretty good idea when they've finally leveled off, because the pitch stops increasing. As in, this sounds pretty good. Also, I could probably just sit here for another 3 minutes, because holy crap, there's a lot of fuel in these things. I kind of wish I had a
Yeah.
smaller fuel tank for them, because I could seriously take a third this much fuel and still have plenty.
We've got tweakables. You reduce the amount of fuel in the tanks.
Yeah, but the tank itself is, I think, the major portion of the weight involved, so, yeah.
Understandable. There are the small probe tanks. They do contain oxidizer they do also contain oxidizer, but you can take that away. And those
Anyway.
might be smaller.
Let's go ahead and take off here. There we go. It's a little wobbly, because it is kind of an ungainly monstrosity, but it works. It's almost completely vertical. SAS is doing a pretty good job of compensating. But it does definitely have a little bit of a lean to it, I can see. So the real interesting thing on this, I think it works best if I basically go to a 45-degree turn pretty soon. Because that...
Well, you want to stay in atmosphere for as long as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And 45
gain
degrees
speed
ends up
inside
doing
that
pretty
mode.
well, I think.
Could actually probably go for even more than 45. That'll go parallel with the ground for a little bit. As long as you're still accelerating. Ooh, yeah, that wobbly is just understating it, isn't it?
Yeah. The problem is there seems to be a nice sticky point right about there-ish? That's about as close to the line as I'm gonna get, yeah. Yeah, it's not really a stable aircraft at all. And it is an aircraft right now, it ain't a spacecraft. It's powered by jet engines, man. Yeah, it ain't a spacecraft until I kick off the booster. I love the random bits of smoke coming in from ahead of me.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah! I didn't realize that this vehicle broke causality. But apparently. So yes, we are, for the most part, staying behind the apoapsis. It's staying about 5 seconds in front of us.
It's a nice long acceleration stage.
Yeah. And it's actually remarkable how long the jet engines stay effective. I mean, if I pop open the resources here, some of it's getting covered up by our names, but the intake air is still up at like almost over 2.5 still. It'll be hitting 2.5 shortly. And so the engines are actually still improving things. We're still moving faster, even though the engines are getting really, really bad.
Well, that's the trick with having a lot of air intakes.
Yep.
Which is itself a little bit of a cheat, but hey,
Yeah.
what the hell.
It's a ramjet, you know. I'm
Yeah.
just scooping up all the air.
Yeah.
Which really ought to have significant drag penalties, but oh well.
That's a really high rate of climb still. Something like 90 meters per second. I mean, you could probably relax the rate of climb and still be getting acceleration. Get more out of the jet engines.
Yeah, the problem is that when I fiddle with this very much, it has a tendency to start descending, and that gets really icky. I tried adjusting it, we'll see. Yeah, we are now descending.
Well, the truly major thing for this stage in the launch is getting more acceleration still.
Oh, that's the other problem, is as soon as we start trying to avoid descending, it makes our velocity actually end up dropping.
500 and something meters per second. That's probably about the best it's gonna get.
How to tell Mumble to move its display down to the bottom right-hand corner instead of the top right. Because top right kind of has something useful.
I think it's in the configuration.
So do I.
Quite possibly at the very place where it configures overlay. To move the little red dot. That's what I see. To move the users, click the little red dot. To resize the users, mouse wheel over user. Actually, apparently still have mine centered. And only visible when they speak.
So yeah, the problem that we've seen here is that if we try to make it
Oh,
stop
yeah.
climbing so fast, it stops climbing at all. On the
At
other
this
hand,
point, you're not only not climbing, but your speed, your surface speed is also dropping severely. Like you went from 500-ish kilometers or meters per second to you're now down to under 400. In my view.
On the other
That's
hand,
bad.
I've adjusted it back to 45, and we're improving again. So
I still see surface speed dropping.
it'll get there.
Yeah.
Trust me, I know. I've seen the future. In the future, we are rapidly approaching 400 meters per second again.
Good. So yeah, I see what you mean about not really being able to get all the way into space with air-breathing engines.
Which, you know, it does pretty much make
Somehow
sense.
makes sense, yeah.
On the other hand, if I just leave it at this setting, we get surprisingly far.
And you've got so many engines that when they cut out, well, there's probably still plenty of time to react.
Yeah, the thing that I've done is basically sit up here in the orbital view and watch the time to apoapsis. Because that tells you how much longer you're going to stay rising. And at the time where you're no longer going to be rising, you want to be switching your engine. Because the ones you have are no longer sufficient.
428 and climbing meters per second.
I think the problem that I ran into previously was that I actually ran out of power when I was trying to control things with the booster. I don't think I've actually run it since I added the solar panels, and since we're in the daylight right now...
Do you know you can actually click the apoapsis marker and have it remain visible without having to mouse over it? Yeah, Scott
Yeah, I think I
Manley
managed
didn't.
to do that once, and then actually couldn't come up with a way to get it to go away.
I'm pretty sure it just requires clicking it again. On the other hand, it is a little
weird
fiddly.
bugged state because I was doing something with maneuvers at the same time.
It is a little fiddly, that's for sure.
So
like even
2
getting
seconds. So we're approaching 20,000 meters here, and we're still just barely behind the apoapsis. Down to 1 second. So
20 clicks up. Air-breathing engines? Not bad.
So yeah, the problem with the booster here is it's kind of even harder to control than the jet engines were. Oh god. Oh god. Come on. Stop twisting. Oh. It wants to eat the dirt so badly. I really think I probably need to add more control stuff, because most of the control stuff you might have seen was actually on the other things, on the jet engines, just sitting on top of their fuel tanks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Most of the reaction wheels were on those.
Yeah, this is just kind of hopeless at this point.
And of course, you're too high above atmosphere for winglets to really be terribly helpful. So you really do need just the reaction wheels moved to the inner tanks.
Going down?
Yeah. Helplessly going down.
Oh, at this point, willfully going down. You'll see it shortly.
Sploosh. I imagine.
Yeah, shortly.
You know, that might have been a miss stage, the way I saw it. Is the engine turned on and a couple of the tanks dropped off almost immediately?
Yeah, I hit it twice, so it wasn't the problem with the staging.
Yeah.
Ah, look at that. Nice, lovely, pristine water. A few splashes off in the distance.
Yeah.
Clearly nothing went wrong here, right? Right.
Wrong? Nothing ever goes wrong in the water.
Exactly. So let's just go ahead and revert to the vehicle assembly here. And let's see about getting some more reaction wheels, like maybe right on top of the solid booster. You know, between it and its separator.
For that matter, some bracing between the solid booster and the stuff above.
Not a bad thought, yeah.
Because it did seem to be a bit wobbly. Slightly.
So, inline reaction wheel. 1, 2, 3. 3. I know, I sound like an owl, but whatever.
I'm not actually convinced a lot of reaction wheels in one place actually help all that much.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm hurting for thrust to get up to that area. And if I can control the booster, that should be enough to get me in orbit. At which point I can switch to the nuclear engine and be happy. So, structural. There we go. One set of struts.
Probably enough.
Yep. It's space duct tape.
Yep.
If it's
Well, it's KSP duct tape.
Yeah. If it's
clear.
If it's not supposed to move and it does, use more
Use
struts.
more struts.
If it's supposed to move and it doesn't, use more boosters.
Use more rocket. Indeed.
That's the way of KSP.
That's how it works.
So I guess rocket engines are the WD-40 of KSP.
Pretty much.
Jets are go for takeoff. SAS is also on. And I also need to remember to use the right push-to-talk key. Darn it, darn it.
Now you have to wait for the jets to warm up again.
Well, they hadn't gotten that far warmed up, so it wasn't really a big loss. Yeah, that seems pretty good. So this time I'm going to try and get it to stay on about 45 degrees about immediately.
I'm still on the CDDA dev channel, and I see out of the corner of my eye that Griff always wanted to do this thing where you could mask the I-type info with local modifications to the item, and I'm thinking, what, like you mean the prototype pattern? Gee. It's funny how that works. Well, that went sideways fast.
That was the intent! The hard part was trying to get it on more or less the exact point I wanted.
Yes, the correct sideways.
Yeah! Bouncy, 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 bouncy. Not the world's most stable aircraft, no. And this time I'm just not gonna fuck with it now that it's at a reasonable angle. Cause
Yeah, it
I
looks
think
like
that actually
45
hurt me.
degrees is pretty much perfect for it.
Yeah. That seems to be the best trade-off.
Mm-hmm.
It ends up with a steadily increasing vertical speed, but that's better than a steadily decreasing one. Just
It tops out,
eventually. Yeah.
and vertical speed isn't a bad thing.
Yeah. Especially because this fuel is essentially free. I
Yep.
have so much of it, I do not care how much I spend. Yeah.
Like, literally to the extent that you're kind of wishing you could take less of it.
Mm-hmm. But even then, I'm not sure it would
And
help
you
me
still
much.
could. I'm not actually convinced that you're right about the mass of the fuel tank being all that great. I really think it's the fuel inside that's the most mass.
Well, we'll check the next time we're in the vehicle assembly building. I imagine that won't be
Mhm.
long. And if it isn't, if it is a long time, I'm gonna be okay with that too, so...
Yeah.
So yes, the apoapsis is still running away from us here.
This is a good thing.
So I'm taking a much, much shallower profile here than it looks like from the angle of the aircraft. As in,
It's because the aircraft is so heavy.
yeah, I'm probably angled like twice as far above the horizon as my exhaust trail.
Mm-hmm.
And flying into my own exhaust, because who cares about physics and sanity and things like that? Kerbal space program, where your exhaust gets there before you do.
Yep.
Even when you're accelerating in the direction you're going.
I think those are clouds. It's certainly easier to think of them as clouds that you're catching up to.
Oh, okay, all
Really tiny ones.
really tiny clouds that for some reason are directly in line with my flight. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Makes perfect sense.
I'd rather that than the exhaust is teleporting in front. Just saying.
Yeah.
$360 something meters per second at 13,000 meters.
Yeah, you're a decent
Yeah.
ways behind right now. As I'm, passing 175,000 and now about 180,000. Yeah. Okay, No, I don't want to be thrusting down. Is that over there in the distance the space center that I left? That's like 85 kilometers away now? Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, we've passed 20,000. We are having the apoapsis start to come to meet us here.
Yeah, at this point you know the flight profile of this thing so well that you could probably just not look at the map. See 20,000 up there? You're pretty sure it's time to start the
Yeah, pretty
booster.
much. Okay, it is barely controllable. But it is in fact
Barely
controllable.
controllable is better than not controllable.
Yeah. Significantly better, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get my angle of attack up higher here, because I'm losing altitude again. My surface speed is increasing. Or, well, it was. Except now I think I'm getting down so low that the drag is coming into effect. Yeah, this is still not working. I think I need more boosters. It's supposed to go and it doesn't. Need more boosters.
Precisely.
Alternatively, I could skip the boosters and go for actual controllable engines, which might be a better plan.
I was just thinking that. You've got this nice asparagus staging design.
Yeah.
You could put some engines on the bottom of those tanks. Keep the booster that's already there. Just add some... I forget their names.
Nah, I'm gonna go for a different design, because I feel like making this silly. So I'm gonna
You feel like making
silly.
this Kerbal.
Yes, exactly. You understand.
Good.
Yes, this is one in a chain of many very weird designs. Because Kerbal.
One in a chain of very Kerbal designs, yes. This seems perfectly natural.
Okay, so I've got those engines, and then I want
Ah, yes,
the...
LVT-45, that's what it's called.
Okay. Then I
The
want
engine that has thrust vectoring.
Yeah. Well, as it happens, most of the engines beyond the original one have thrust vectoring to some extent.
Yeah,
I'm going to
but
go
the
with
LVT-45
Poodles,
is the first one you get. Poodles are really underpowered
they're
for their
actually
weight.
they're actually not that bad because they're one of the highest thrust engines that I have at this point. Let's see. There's the liquid fuel engine that it has a little bit less.
It's not a thrust that
efficiency in
matters so much.
vacuum.
Yeah, there it is.
That'll
It's
do.
the
LVT-45 looks
ISP.
okay.
ISP of the Poodle is 270 in air, which is where we're
390
going to be meeting it. And the LVT-45 is something like 350?
Yeah, as far as ISP goes, the atomic rocket motor would still be my best because I'm basically in vacuum at that point. But
yeah, but you
problem
need a
is that
whole lot
it's-
of them.
Yeah, it's only thrust 60, so I would rather get something that's up at like thrust 200. The Poodle is thrust
320.
220. I think that is actually my highest thrust for a single engine right now. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
but
I've got
it's
the
also
skipper.
much bigger. Oh, you've got skippers. Good. Those are good.
That'll work.
That is, in fact, the very next Rocco Max engine, and it's a good one. It's not quite a mainsail yet, but pretty damn close.
Come on, Kerbal. Do I have to actually separate these so that the engine decides that it actually can fit? What a pain. And now I'm sitting here going, should I try and do an asparagus design on those two? Because that would just be
Yes.
sufficiently ridiculous, yeah. Okay, so...
And asparagus
I need...
isn't exactly hard.
Yeah, but it's a little time consuming to set up.
Yeah. But we're being Kerbal.
Yes, we are. If you can see the entire
Kerbal is
design
life,
without
Kerbal
moving...
is joy.
If you can see the entire design without moving the camera around like a madman, you're not doing it right.
Exactly. Kerbal is life, Kerbal is health, Kerbal is joy.
Okay, so let's... More struts! More struts!
Always. You've definitely made a wobbly there. It needs the more struts.
Also doing a cross-connect on the struts just because I can.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why not?
It may actually help.
I don't know. It
I
makes
wouldn't
me
be
more
surprised.
amused,
Yeah,
which is really the intent.
that's very often the way I put struts down too. I like
Okay.
it there. Therefore, that's where it's going.
There we go. Now it's actually willing to attach the skippers. Yay.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a bunch of big engines on the bottom of this thing now.
Yes.
I need to set up the asparagus-ing now. You feed that way. No.
Two-way symmetry.
Zero-way symmetry. You can't do it with symmetry because it resets back to 6 as soon as you hover over a part with 6 symmetry.
Yes, but you can actually change it afterward.
Actually, not in my experience. It keeps
Dang.
setting back to 6 every time you hit the change key. It's really annoying.
Damn.
Okay, so 2 there, and then this one.
Oh, I know why it was working when I did it. I'd actually put on the things with two-way symmetry in the first place.
Yeah, that
They
would
weren't
make it
quite at the same height.
work. Okay, so that's in that way. This feeds like that. This feeds like that. Incidentally, for anybody who's watching and has no clue what I'm doing, join the club. Actually, yeah, I do kind of understand this. Basically, it's setting it up so that the fuel cascades from one can into the next, and finally into the center one. And that way, the first thing that we do at each stage is we empty one of the sets completely. And so we can just drop that off right away.
And if you're still not quite sure what that means, as with staging, it's on YouTube. I think even Scott Manley has explained it several times.
Okay, so I think the stage here is actually correct. I think it is... Yeah, it's actually dropping off the rocket engines and firing up those. Oh, the center one is off. The center one is all the way up there. Because Kerbal. And then that disconnects. Those should be the center connectors there that I need to move to a different spot. Yes, those are. And then that's the main nuclear engine. Okay.
That staging isn't correct. That's all one stage.
It's not the part that I was looking at. All of the engines
Probably
are firing at the same time, which they are supposed
Oh
to.
yes, they should.
Okay, so which is the start engine here? That one.
I see what you meant about all the way up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was silly.
Okay, you. I want you. And the opposing one is that one. Why will you not let me select both of those? No, seriously, I want both of them.
Gets really weird when you do that. Just pick them one at a time. Something about breaking up the symmetry into independent ones that just won't let you select two at the same time. I don't know.
The annoying thing is it had been working before, it's just
I
refusing
know.
to right now.
Sometimes it works. That's the thing. It's sometimes it decides, okay, sure, you can select two of them at the same time, no problem.
So that's the central one over there. I think it's if you move it into single selection mode by clicking the same one a second time
Yeah.
that it forgets how to select multiple things after that. Which sort of makes sense, I guess. Okay, so let's see if this staging makes any sense at all. In fact, let's not inspect it and let's just do a really stupid launch.
Yes. Let's see if it makes any sense at all by launching.
Yep. Hey, even by Kerbal standards, this is a remarkably nice set. We're not even killing any Kerbals in the process.
Yeah.
Because this is an unmanned thing. Okay, so start up the engines. I will actually let those take off so that we can, get separation from the start, right at the start.
I wonder how YouTube decides how to show the seek bar on a live stream.
I have no idea. Holy crap, that thing is heavy. Yeah. Little light on the jet engines, I think. Either that or just light on control.
At this point the jet engines are kind of firing very close to the stuff below them. I'm wondering if some of them aren't just being disabled or not thrusting.
Well, it also might help if I remembered to turn on SAS. Let's try that again with
Yeah.
not immediately falling over like an idiot. But yes, I also definitely want to get the jet engines up to full speed immediately, because, woo, they need as much power as they get.
Yeah.
Because this is a heavy craft right now.
Well, you did just add a whole lot of fuel tanks.
Wait. Adding more engines made it heavier? What? Adding more engines is supposed to fix everything. Hey, we're taking off. We're going like 25 meters a second, but we're taking off! And it is actually accelerating, so that's good. I'm not convinced that 45 degrees will work this time. That was not at all what I was trying to do. I was not trying to hit X, I was trying to hit S. Basically, I have not crashed as a result. Yet. Yet.
Yet.
On the other hand, SAS is really not keeping up with this. I'm having to manually correct. Yeah.
Which effectively means you don't have enough control authority for the whole spacecraft. Craft, actually. Can't really call it a spacecraft yet.
I feel like I'm trying to wrench this thing around by brute force. had found a point where the nav ball was willing to settle. Let's see if I can get back there. Come on. Yes, yes, there we go! I'm not touching the keys, and it's staying stable! Yay! I found a good point! Out of manual control phase, yay! So we're gaining a lot of altitude, we're not gaining a terrible amount of speed just yet. This may change as the atmosphere gets thinner and we have less air resistance, I suppose. That's kind of the interesting thing is, as much as the jet engines require air to operate, what I found with this particular craft is too much air actually ends up being more of a hindrance than too little.
Yeah.
Which is kind of bizarre.
Well, no, all those things, all of the intakes actually do add drag.
Mm-hmm.
They don't add as much of it as you might think, but they do add drag.
So we're up to like 200 meters per second now.
At what altitude?
About 10,000.
That's good.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
I suppose it helps that some of the jet fuel burned off.
Mm-hmm. Although not very much. We've lost, like, less than a quarter.
True. But, you know, if we were, like, right at the balancing point...
Ah, crap. We forgot to check the fuel things when we were back in the... Yeah. Darn.
Next time.
Maybe once we establish an orbit. Because
In either
clearly
case,
this one
if
is
you-
going to establish an orbit, right? Right?
Yeah. In either case, if you do go with the tweakables, it's going to take for fucking ever.
Yeah,
Because there's so many of
a
them.
lot of them.
Yeah.
The good news is they
Although
do
you
have
can
sync
probably-
symmetry. So
Yeah.
it's not as bad as it sounds.
Yeah. So you'll probably only have to change, like, the three of them.
Yeah.
Pull them off, tweak them, put them back on.
I don't even think I have to pull them off. I think I can just tweak them on there.
I hope so. That'd be really good.
And the other thing I could do is pull them all off, tweak my sub-assembly, and then put back all three groups. Because I do have a sub-assembly for those jet engines. Because, yeah, I didn't want to build it more than once. So we're up at 285 at just shy of 15,000 feet.
Okay,
Probably
that's a
gonna
lot
get
slow.
300 by 15,000.
That's
not
somewhat
quite.
slower than before.
Yeah, but we did add a crap ton of extra weight, and we also have
Yeah.
much better ability to maintain, to form an orbit, rather, once we get up there.
Mm-hmm.
At least in theory. In practice,
I
it's
think we'll
probably
be
going to turn
okay.
into a gigantic fireball in the sky, but, you know.
Your jet engines, instead of detaching forward, are going to fly right back into you. Huh? Either that, or when those skippers fire, the main body is going to fly ahead of the jet engines for a bit, and then they'll crash into you.
Something like that, yeah. I suppose I could throttle down to 0 for a moment, detach the jet engines, and then go ahead.
No way.
Yeah,
That
that
would
sounds
not be
safe.
Kerbal.
That sounds
That
safe.
would not be Kerbal at all.
Exactly. Apoapsis in 3 seconds. In 3 seconds. In 3 seconds. Yeah.
hmm
Ooh, 2 seconds now. It's getting closer. We may actually have to drop the jet engines before 20,000 feet. Or meters. Yeah. Yeah, it's a T minus 1 second. And that was the trade-off point. The jet engines kind of just flew ahead of me there and actually got away from me.
Oh my gosh. I was so expecting an explosion.
So was I. I'm not sure if I'm happy or disappointed. A little of both, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is actually going to manage to get us a valid orbit here. Oh yeah, I forgot to asparagus and oh yeah. Never mind. Problem solved. You'll see what I mean shortly, I think. Note to self: don't detach to asparagus stages quickly. It's a bad idea.
No, definitely not. Not a good idea at all.
Yeah. Okay,
In
need to
fact,
pay more attention to the asparagus.
in general, double staging is a bad idea.
Well, the problem was I was actually far enough behind that I
I
needed to get rid of 2 stages, and preferably fairly quickly. Yeah, need to pay more attention to the asparagus.
mm-hmm. That was not terrible though.
Yeah. Oh, while I'm still in low here, let's go ahead and revert all the way back to the vehicle assembly, because we wanted to check on that fuel. And we're losing
Yeah.
like 20 seconds here, so it's not a big deal.
Like, you could probably set all the fuel tanks to half and be fine.
Okay, so it doesn't tell us the weight there, but in the tank description it does. So this is a Mark I fuselage jet fuel. The tank mass is 1.1, the fuel mass is 0.75.
Which means the fuel is most of the weight.
I thought the mass there was the total, was the mass of the tank itself before the fuel.
No, that would be a dry mass.
I suppose.
And that's... Is that in the details of the tanks? Dry mass?
It
Well,
gives you mass and the mass of the fuels.
hmm. Well, in any case, the mass that it shows is mass with fuel.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. So, liquid fuel. I will set you to 50. No, 60, I guess, because 60 is the next set point that I get.
Hmm.
1/3 is still plenty.
Yeah.
So save and launch. Is there a keystroke for full engines?
No.
Darn it. There's a keystroke for turning off the engines. Why not for full engines? Come on, this is
I
Kerbal.
know.
We should be trying to go fast as soon as possible.
I know.
We should have a floor it key.
It's just horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Although I can't see anyone was making errors in the general direction of safety, given that cutting engines while in mid-ascent is not generally a good idea. So at least we can feel safe in that.
Wait. We're allowed to feel safe in something? Something's wrong here.
I'm feeling quite confident, or quite safe in stating that there is no safety.
That's not the direction I was trying to go. Okay, there we go. That's the right way.
Okay, so that looks like it took off better. I am noticing one of the fuel tanks is still full, which is weird. One of the engines is still reporting a full fuel tank.
Yeah, that's odd. Come over this way, please. I should really think about adding some wings to this thing. Oh god. Because that would help a lot with the stability at this stage, which is kind of the point where it's least stable right now. Yeah. Although actually, come to think of it, I remember adding wings, and it didn't help as much as the reaction wheels did. That's why it ended up with the reaction wheels. Is I tried the wings, and it didn't help enough, and I'm going, wait, that didn't
But you've
work?
got a shit ton of reaction wheels now. I think it's all that extra mass. The reaction wheels aren't quite cutting it anymore.
Oh yeah, I think I know why
Need
the
another
one.
stack of them.
I think I know why the one engine is full. I think there's one of the engines that for some reason didn't end up with radial symmetry. Because Kerbal. You know?
Yeah, that'll happen.
I'm tempted to use the physics acceleration here. I'm slightly afraid of what it's going to do. Oh, what the hell, this is Kerbal. Let's try it. Okay, one level, not too bad. It was a little bit less stable than I'd like during the transition, though, so I'm going to only leave it at one level. But that's still, like, double speed, so...
Yeah. Although, given the fact that the mission timer is yellow, means it's probably not processing that much faster.
Well, it is definitely going noticeably faster than a second here, so...
That's good. Okay, let me read you some cool stuff from CDDA Dev. Sib says, the way the game handles driving a car into a river is hilarious. Kevin Grenade responds, just disappears, yes? Yeah, like literally vanishes. At least it waits until you have more than one wheel in the water now.
Nice.
Swamps used to be super dangerous for vehicles. Suddenly, no car!
You hit a puddle and the entire car just vanishes.
Your vehicle would vanish if the origin tile of your vehicle went over a 1-tile deep puddle.
Nice. And presumably you would stay moving at whatever speed the
Of
vehicle
course.
was traveling? Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me of a really fun kind of cheaty bug in Cataclysm. If you teleport out of a vehicle using the long-range teleport, but remain within with the vehicle in the reality bubble, you will continue moving with the vehicle.
Yeah. That's cute.
This is really interesting when it sends you through the walls.
Do you collide with the walls or just phase through them?
Completely phase through them, no problem.
Nice.
Like they weren't there.
Well, yeah, they aren't. They're back elsewhere.
Exactly.
Yeah, I definitely will want to send the engines away before they run out of fuel, and the one engine left sends me way off target.
Although considering it's only one engine, it probably
it would
wouldn't
still
have that
manage to
much
screw
impact.
with my stabilizing, I'm sure.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That's a lot of reaction wheels.
I want to get up to 150,000. 150,000, I'll jettison it. With actual jets.
You mean 15,000?
Yes. Yes, I do. Okay, never mind. There it goes. Okay, yeah, I should have gotten rid of the physics acceleration before then. Because holy crap, that first set of tanks depleted fast. Okay, come on. Restabilize here. Holy crap, that was a hell of a spin. Still a hell of a spin. SAS, why are you not helping me? Help. Please help. Oh god. Oh, I see what happened. It managed to take off some of the higher level tanks, so I am completely unbalanced right now.
Ew.
Yeah.
That's not nice.
Yeah, that's not nice at all. So I think I'm
Also staging
kind
bug.
of posed.
Also staging bug.
There was one?
Engines that were still firing were the ones that went off.
No, I think what happened there was it knocked off engines. And I had to jettison an extra layer because I had a single engine firing on one side. And it was unbalanced. But yeah, it was kind of doomed at that point.
Honestly, it looks like using the jet engines isn't really worth it.
Aww.
You could probably launch a lot better with more skippers. Or with the existing skippers, to be fair.
Fine, let's try it without the jets. Of course, I'm gonna have to add new stabilizers now, because the, yeah, see, there's the single engine that
yeah.
didn't have, the similarity, the
Symmetry.
that's the right one. Okay, those are now gone. Yeah, my asparaguses are not even close to aligned, are they? Yeah. Oh well.
Well, they don't need to be.
It's a damn good thing.
They're just fuel line after all.
Okay, I
One
need...
engine remains.
Yeah, see? Told you.
That's hilarious.
What are you doing? Why would the ground stabilizers be way up in stage 2?
Because that's what they're attached to.
I'm going to save this as a new design name, because, yeah, major changes.
Yeah, Labmobile Mark II.
No, this is B. It's not Mark II, it's not really an iteration on the first one.
Hmm,
It's an alternative.
true, true.
Yeah, these fuel tanks get used up awful cut and pick and fast.
That's only because you have so few of them. I think skippers are good for like 3 of these small fuel tanks.
Yeah, I think you're right, there is a staging bug in
Each?
there, isn't there? Because I see
Yeah.
3 engines left, and, yeah. Not the right 3. Yep, definitely.
Also, you probably don't need to be throttled to 100% because I'm pretty sure you're pushing against the air more when you launch. Although, no, the G meter is okay. It gets bad when the G meter goes around or over 2G.
Hey! Something actually survived! In fact, 2 parts of it survived. The,
Oh my
the,
goodness.
the control core survived, and the lab module. They're not attached anymore!
That was one heck of a spin, though.
Yeah! And the lab does not have enough crew for some reason. I wonder why.
Hmm. That's weird.
Oh, that's why it was showing as a part of the aircraft left behind earlier. The, uh, the launch stabilizers are considered part of your craft.
Of course.
Including you could go and focus to them, and in fact, now that I am focusing on them, I can't get away from them.
Well, there isn't really anything else here. The debris are debris,
Okay, so...
including the control core, which can no longer do anything because it doesn't have power.
Oh hey, it's actually labeling them decently now. Yes, those are the wrong 2. It's not highlighting just the connector itself, so I don't have to squint to figure out what's what.
Yeah.
Okay, that is
That's
the correct
kind of
one.
important.
That isn't. That looks good. That, in fact, looks much, much better.
Yeah, that'll do.
Trying to get it so that I am more or less accelerating at the same rate that the free fall goes away. And I forgot to pay attention to the asparagus again as I was dealing with that.
Mm-hmm.
Too many things to pay attention to. Not enough mind. Is there a better brain module available? Yeah, that last engine just is not enough.
No. Like I said, more fuel. The skippers can do it. You've got way more power than you're using right now.
Okay. I'd actually been thinking about that myself, so yeah. So, we need more fuel, do we?
Mm-hmm. Do you have the bigger 4 point whatever meter tanks?
What, you mean the ones that I'm attaching right now?
Hmm.
Nope.
Although actually I think those are medium size. The big ones are orange tanks. And those come with mainsails.
That's about as good as it gets right now. So let's see if triple the fuel helps.
One would expect so.
Either that or I won't get off the ground. You know, either way. It would help if I remembered to use the right push-to-talk key and didn't throttle myself down right before launch.
Hey, at least you caught it before launch.
Oh, God. So, reverting to launch. Let's try that again. There we go! Now we're actually rising instead of falling!
Didn't the YouTube player remember to, like, disable, display power management? Because it's not doing it anymore. And it's annoying. I have to move my mouse once in a while. First
Oh, horrors.
Yep.
Sucks to be you, man. Sucks to be you. So there goes the first stage already. And we definitely need all the power we can get here, yeah.
Yep. This is looking a lot more reasonable for takeoff. '97, '98, '99, 100 meters per second. And then the first asparagus stage goes. Oof. At 100 and something. Lose speed for a bit, but that's normal, and then speed up again. Yeah, this is good for a full power all the time launch. In fact, you may consider more boosters now. Solid boosters.
Not sure, this might actually get us to orbit.
I'd want Kerbal Engineer to check the total delta V. But I think it's pretty close to orbital.
Yeah, it's close. not sure we're quite gonna make it.
Well, if you make it far enough, that nuclear engine can maintain it.
Yeah, but I have to get really close to an orbit to have the nuclear engine be strong enough, because it is a very low power engine.
Hmm.
Well, the good news is the single engine is successfully increasing speed.
Yep.
We got high enough.
Will. It will. This is a good design.
And we are officially in orbit according to the game now. Although not with an orbit, we are just in orbit.
Yeah.
We are sufficiently high. Dude.
What's your altitude?
I'm up at 40,000 now. Just hit it.
Which is almost certainly, if you were to start the nuclear engine now, it would be enough. And
I don't
you
think
don't
it
have
is
to.
quite because there's so much fuel attached to the nuclear engine and the huge science module. It's got a lot of stuff.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Still, if you can get up to like 60 or 70k, you're basically golden. I think
I went
60k
horizontal a little too soon there.
Yeah. Or a little too horizontal.
Mm-hmm. Not sure if I'll manage to recover from that or not.
Hmm.
If not, I think I want another go at it.
That engine's running out of fuel awful fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm already down to the nuke on my view. And I just don't
And
think it's quite gonna
Apoapsis
pay
is still
off.
way back.
Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and try this one more time as is.
No, you basically want to still be going about 30 degrees off horizontal until you're at about 70k. Which is also probably very close to when the skipper is going to run out. So,
Just a little bit of an angle after the first stage of the asparagus film. Basically,
you could try for an actual gravity turn. You've got the design for it. I'm pretty sure it will remain fairly stable without SAS.
Doesn't seem to be quite good enough.
Oh no, it's definitely canceling a bunch of roll. I can see that in the um
Mm-hmm.
display, the feedback display. Wonder where all the roll is coming from. Probably the asparagus staging.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's a fairly symmetrical design.
Yeah, because once you're down to just the 3 engines, it looks sane. Although you do still have the asparagus on the top stuff. And if those fuel lines have just a little bit of atmospheric drag,
Yeah, I suppose.
oh, I bet that's exactly what they have. Not the whole fuel line either, just the part that either starts it or ends it.
Hmm.
The one that's the actual real part, the rest is just rendering magic.
Mm-hmm.
Similar to how the struts work too. The strut starting points are real parts. The end points are just rendering magic. And that's why if your struts start from the stage that you drop and go towards the stage that you keep, you won't have leftover nubbins.
Hmm. Interesting.
Strut nubbins.
Okay, so we're at 30 now.
For that matter, it could be the struts themselves that you still have that might not be perfectly symmetrical, might be contributing to the roll.
30 doesn't actually seem to be quite enough at this point.
Hmm.
I think I just
Well, if
like
30 is
45 for
enough,
some reason.
45. Huh.
My spacecraft like 45. They think it's a good number. Why would we ever leave
Okay,
45?
okay.
Also, I think we just kind of do actually need
Fell
to get
off.
a
Hmm.
round of boosters, I suppose.
Not the really big boosters, though. The
But,
starting boosters.
but, but, they're bigger!
The starting boosters, but attached to the asparagus stages.
Now I have to actually manage to find the starting booster. I'm so used to using the other.
Hmm. Well, the other one's nice, but on the other hand, when you put like 6 of them on a spacecraft, it really pushes more air up than spacecraft.
Okay, so... So that one looks like. Engine thrust 250.
RT-10 solid fuel booster.
So here's the question. Did it stage that correctly? No.
Probably
No,
not.
it didn't. So I will edit my staging from the launch pad and fix that. Mission control to crew, we have a small last-minute update for you. You want us to what? No, really, it's just a quick little fix to the computer for the flight. We got a couple things out of order. Don't worry, it's fine. As soon as you correct the ordering, we're good to go for launch. What? Or actually, no, these would be Kerbals, so it'd be okay.
Yeah.
Courage and stupidity, the primary statistics of any Kerbal.
Okay, so I'm watching the thing hanging on the launch pad on its launch stabilizers, and it's wobbling.
So
It's
I've got
wobbling
some
pretty
slight
bad.
I've got some slight bad news about those boosters.
Mm.
I don't think 6 is enough of that size booster.
Yeah. They are kind of crappy, but the plan is start them together with the real engines.
Oh, okay, fine.
They're boosters. They're not going to do much by themselves.
So let's correct that.
Except make a really nice explosion.
Yeah, they did make a nice, pretty explosion. When they just kind of dropped to the ground and went boom.
Yeah.
Also, they're overheating.
They do that. I think all the boosters do.
Don't mind me, just some last minute stage adjustment there. Everything's fine. We're fine here. That wasn't at all close. Trying to cancel out the roll, and one of the directions makes it worse, and the other one doesn't seem to change much. This worries me.
Yeah, like I said, that roll is really, really worrisome. Phantom roll.
Okay, so now that I've gotten rid of the last stage there, it's going okay. But I still need to actually get it going the correct direction here, so like that. It's really disconcerting to be trying to use the roll to change your thing in the right direction. But hey,
yeah.
I've also noticed something a little bit off in the design here at this point. Something seems missing. And I'm not sure how that happened.
I haven't quite gotten around to seeing what you're seeing yet.
Well, it's about the top asparagus stage, and how there's only 2 of the 6 pieces left.
Really?
And I don't know how it happened.
That's interesting.
Yes, it is. I
Look
also
at
don't
the-
know when it happened.
Oh my. Oh my. Could it possibly be that when you let go of the first asparagus stage, it was still firing?
Might be.
Because
Okay.
you basically let it
Yeah,
go.
because I let it go at the same
solid
time as the solid
boosters-
boosters, yeah. Because that was the closest I could do to getting the solid boosters to fall at the right time. Okay, so let's go back to vehicle assembly again and fix our staging. again. So yes, the solid boosters should fall off in their own stage as soon as they are done, which will be before
Yeah.
the first of the asparagus stages.
Not much before, but before.
Yeah. Okay, that looks good. Which is why it's going to horribly, horribly explode.
I will
Because
note, however, that your spacecraft did manage to get all the way to 71,000 meters,
yeah,
and it still had most of the fuel in
well,
the
it did sort
central.
of help that we cut off like half of the payload accidentally.
Eh, that would make a
just
little
just
difference,
helped a bit,
but
you know.
still. The point is, it's kind of pretty damn close to correct.
Yeah, that's a heck of a roll that Sass is fighting there. It has the roll fighter all the way to one side.
Exactly what I was saying. It's like, where the fuck is it coming from?
And notably, like 15 seconds later, we're at half that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there we go.
I wonder. It might be an interaction between the six-way symmetry and the thrust vectoring on the external engines. Might want to turn thrust vectoring off on them and just go with the vectors from the central engine. Oh. Computer, stop going into screensaver.
So we're approaching 20,000 feet here.
And from back at 11,000 feet, it looks pretty good.
Well, yeah, but you're like 9,000 feet away there, man. Of course it's gonna look good. Unless it explodes.
I note that the asparagus staging is also looking quite sufficient.
Yes, and the top asparagus still looks complete. It's amazing. Apoapsis is still rising. It's staying a fairly constant 30-some seconds away.
Oh,
This
that's
is
excellent.
excellent, yeah.
Meanwhile,
Apoapsis
I'm
just
looking
passed
at
42K.
25. Oh, cool. Meanwhile, I'm looking at like 27,000 meters, and just about now the last asparagus stage is about to drop. Which is something like perfect. Okay, it actually got to 30,000. Bad. Yeah, this is definitely an orbital launch.
It does look pretty good, yeah. The Earth is, or the Kerbin here is starting to look like an ornament. got this little hook to hang it from.
Hmm.
Time to apoapsis is actually increasing at the moment, which is really nice.
Well, and it'll soon get to the other side of the Kerbin.
Well, that's periapsis, that'll be on the other side.
And then Apo. Soon thereafter.
Okay, we are down to nuclear engine. Is this sufficient? Maybe.
At what height?
58,500.
Yeah, maybe. A little low.
Yeah. We still haven't achieved orbit yet. And 60,000 and falling.
Hmm. Basically, I think at the moment you start the nuclear engine, you really want to be thrusting directly at your prograde vector.
Might be a thought, yeah.
Because doing any kind of deviation from that is wasting energy on the wrong thing, on shifting the orbit.
Now let's see what happens if I change to that now and see how it looks. Once I can actually wrestle it around to the correct position here.
Your hands.
Yeah, that was close, but I don't quite think enough.
Mm-hmm.
I really think I want to have an orbit established before I go nuclear.
Yeah.
So let's drop back to vehicle assembly here, because that doesn't quite work. And let's say
Give
wrong
one
booster.
more small... Oh, yeah. I guess. But in that case, the booster's gonna last much longer than the asparagus.
This assumes that I'm throttling the asparagus up fully at the start.
Fair enough.
Which I'm not even sure I'm going to need it throttled up at all with the boosters that strong, you know?
That's a good point.
Why do you keep separating that into 5 and 1? There are 6 of them. There are 6 symmetry.
That looks really weird.
Okay, now it's at 6
hell,
symmetry,
game?
finally.
Yeah, sometimes game is weird.
Yep. Okay, so first check is, are the boosters sufficient in and of themselves?
Quite possibly.
Also, it is really, really, really wobbly right as it starts dangling there. I I might
Oh,
seriously want to consider moving the launch stabilizers off of the top level where like half of the aircraft is dangling from a nuclear engine. Just thinking.
Maybe.
But it survived, so let's try a launch.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just successfully bounced. I am flying.
Okay, that's gonna be interesting to see in about 15 seconds or so. Dangly bits. Okay, the up and down wobble is really weird.
Yeah, I know.
Especially on just one of the boosters. All the others are okay. That I can see.
Maybe that was the +1 that we were seeing.
Maybe.
Okay, so that was
And I
kind of
saw the
a
bounce.
weird launch. So I'm gonna hop back to the vehicle assembly building here, because that was not as nice a launch as I like. So, step 1. Let's actually have our support in a reasonable location. That sounds like a good plan. Step 2. Is swapping those two, which I think I did in probably the least optimal way possible, but oh well. So having confirmed that I do actually need the main engines firing when I launch, I am switching the first asparagus stage to drop off first, which is going to be kind of interesting now that I think about it, because there's going to be a set of firing boosters falling off there. That could be fun.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. I'm sure it'll be fine, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing can go wrong with that.
Well, I suppose you could put a couple of separatrons on the asparagus stuff to make them, to kick them outwards some.
LGTM! That's exactly what I wanted to happen, I'm sure! I still have a functioning spacecraft. It's still got control surface. It's still got, the solar panels. Yeah, it's got the control node and the solar panels still. Looks good to me. It's exactly what I wanted to happen, right? Yeah, clearly. Yeah. Okay,
Drawing in the contrails.
yeah, clearly. So, do I have the tiny boosters yet? I don't think I do. I think I looked at them like 3 times and haven't actually bought them yet. Which is annoying, because those would be really kind of useful right about now.
Didn't I see the separatrons right next to the other boosters
Are they?
in your parts list?
Oh yeah, so they are. Never mind then.
They do look a lot bigger than
Yeah,
they
they don't
are.
look the size that they are.
Yeah. Which is why it's good to know them by name.
So, like that. And over on the other side. Like that. Okay, that may help prevent things from going kablooey. Why I want that,
May.
I'm not sure, but
Possibly.
you know, we could still get lucky and have him go kabloom anyway.
Yeah.
These are tiny little things, aren't they? So we're going to separate and violently separate the two that are still firing.
Mm-hmm.
This did not work quite as well as planned. So we got lucky. Yeah, it still went kablooey.
I'm waiting to see that. Ooh! Pincer move.
Yep. So let's try something that's both intelligent and stupid at the same time. We want them to turn
what I'm
away.
thinking.
Let's add a second Sepratron at the bottom, pointed towards.
That will make torque.
Uh-huh.
That is what we want.
But yes, clearly the way to get them further away from us is to push them towards us.
Yes!
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Properly scary.
Might also help, I'm not going to do it this time around, but it might help to trigger that set of separators as well, so that the solid fuel boosters pull off from the asparagus components at the same time.
Hmm.
We'll see if
It
we
may
can
help.
spot that first.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of, I think it was Kakaskia that did the video at one point of the most ridiculous designs that he could come up with. Purposely trying to make things that fail. And like 3 of the 4 made it to orbit, and he's going, what?
I just realized solid rocket boosters are tweakables too. It's not like the ones on the outermost asparagus stage are going to be any use once the asparagus runs out.
Interesting thought.
So we may as well reduce the amount of fuel in them. But at that point you'd need, like, not 6-way symmetry, which I'm not sure is feasible.
Okay, fire that separator.
Ooh, boom, boom. I see a nuclear engine.
Okay. So now we are going to fire the separators for those solid boosters at the same time. I'm thinking this might help, because I'm thinking the reason that they're ending up turning towards the ship is the weight balance.
Hmm.
The great big components tugging them in.
Also drag.
Mm-hmm.
Empty fuel tanks are actually incredibly draggy.
What a drag, man.
Exactly.
That did not go to plan. No, no, that did not go to plan at all. Let's try that again and see if I can spot what happened.
Oh, very boom. And again, one nuclear engine manages to survive the blast. Fly up into a cloud of contrail for a bit.
Yeah, those are not actually detaching properly. They're staying attached right now. Huh. It's not being willing to highlight things properly out here, so... What the heck oh, I got myself into stupid Windows thingy.
Hmm.
Control Escape is apparently a shortcut for the Windows 8 start page bullshit. Okay. So separate the boosters first, and then after that separate the others. Because for some reason, when they fire at the same time, the ones separating the boosters don't fire.
Hmm.
And contrary to your advice, this will in fact... Frickin' hell, stupid shortcut.
This will, in fact.
This will in fact be a double separation, because they do need to happen more or less at the same time.
Yeah, but
I'm sure nothing will go
that's
wrong.
because you're. Yeah, but that's because you're actually designing for it.
I'm sure nothing will go wrong with this. Everything will happen smoothly. My nose is 5 feet long. Well, that was, exciting, but it worked! What the heck just fired? Yeah, I really want to know what happened there. I fired a stage and nothing happened except it went fooey and stayed the same. Huh?
Okay,
What?
so I'm at exciting stuff. Huh? Why are the solid boosters still attached?
Yeah! I fired to detach them and nothing happened. What? So confused. Let's try this again and see if I spot what happened.
Tell you what, put the thing on the launch pad, time accelerate until daylight, recover, then launch again. It might help if we can actually see craft.
Okay, I see what happened that time.
It was the
So-
double stage that you didn't actually do as a double stage.
So apparently, the second half of the double stage is not necessary
Mm-hmm.
because the solid boosters rip them off, and they in fact do it precisely.
Good enough.
Yeah. So the second stage is just a pair of a pair of separators firing nothing.
For no reason. Yeah, that's okay. That's perfectly okay.
Yeah, that's amusing. It works. There's a set of separators in there that are completely useless, but it works. They make good fireworks. I'm honestly not convinced that the empty fuel tanks fall off. I'm not convinced that they don't just get incinerated. Which is why it gives you as much firework as it does at that stage.
Yep.
I'm reminded of the
Well,
no technology designs for multi-stage rockets, where it makes boosters explode to detach things.
Well, the Septrons are firing straight into the fuel tanks. Exciting. Very Kerbal.
Yes, that is definitely the most Kerbal design I've created so far.
Indeed.
Success through explosions, the Kerbal motto. So we're up at 52,000 here. Apoapsis is at 55,000, 30 seconds away. And And staying... It's dropping slightly in terms of time that it's away from now.
So far, so good.
And it just climbed back up to 30 seconds, so... good shape. That's as good as I can get. We'll see how it goes there. We're at 65,000 on nuclear.
Headed straight for prograde vector.
It's as good as I can get it. The engine's starting to overheat ever so slightly, but that's not a big problem.
Mm-hmm.
As in, it just stopped overheating.
Yeah. It's just warming up.
Yes, I'm heading basically straight at the horizon here. Tweak that so I'm heading a little bit closer to the horizon. Oh, the apoapsis is running away from us!
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's running away the wrong direction, unfortunately. I'm not sure. Yeah, we're still moving the other way. I was looking at it backwards. Darn it.
Yeah, 60K is still within atmosphere. And you really, really don't have enough power on that engine for all the fuel it has.
Mm-hmm. Darn it! It was going so Kerbal!
Eh.
But it's not so much a space program as it is an ICBM program right now. Nuclear ICBM,
Yeah.
even.
And a kind of short-range one, too.
Nah, that's intercontinental. It can get like a quarter of the way around the globe.
That's kind of short. A quarter of the way.
And now we're definitely back in serious atmosphere because I can see the thing shrinking. Yeah, we're burning up on re-entry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So close. Well, you know what that means. More boosters!
Clearly.
Not enough boosters. Need more boosters. We need enough boosters that we can afford to not run the main engines until the boosters finish.
Yep.
So get rid of the little Klingons. They were nice, but we just didn't have enough gawk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, yeah, all of that is fine so far. I need more parts. In fact, isn't that just the solid fuel module? Oh yeah, that's right, the solid fuel module had, a wing on it. I'd forgotten about that. 2 of them, in fact. I should go back and tweak that design, because that's really, really good design. So, aerodynamic fins.
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to go away soon. It's
That's okay.
really getting close to my bedtime.
And then aerodynamic, I also had the nose cone, which also looks like a good thing to have.
In stock Kerbal, I don't think it is.
Yes, it is, actually.
Well, I haven't seen the updates in the new version.
Yeah, it actually does have an effect. It reduces the drag of that component now.
Oh, good. It used to be the other way around. And the thing with aerodynamic nose cone would fall faster. That was silly.
Yeah, that looks perfectly reasonable. A lot of boosters. We needed more boosters. We now have more boosters.
Hang on, I haven't seen them yet. Ah,
I should have saved that as Labmobile C. Oh well. B was a failure. I hate it.
yeah.
Well, that's a promising start to an update on my design. I'll just let you see that for yourself.
I think I can imagine what's going to go wrong in just a few moments. Yes, exactly what I thought would happen.
Oh, those didn't actually have symmetry on them. Oops. Yeah, the extra ones really do need to have symmetry too. Having them on one side does not help much.
No. No, it doesn't.
Okay, that looks better. That's only extremely bouncy instead of actually falling to the ground. Good. Progress.
Yeah.
I think I need to work on my staging a little bit, though. Yeah, that'll probably work a little better. I'm not liking the pitch, though. The pitch of this is not so great. On the other hand, that's a fairly spectacular view through the booster exhaust there. Followed by a lovely explosion. Okay, need better control stuff.
Yeah. The winglets really aren't that great. Although you do also have way too many of them.
What do you mean? Too many? Clearly the problem here is not enough, as in not enough inline reaction wheels.
Indeed.
Okay, that was cute. I managed to stack two inline reaction wheels on top of each other, as in coexisting in the same physical space.
That will happen in Kerbal.
Yeah.
They are quite magical. So now that you got two of them, you tried to make three? Stack?
But of course.
Inside each other.
I wasn't really trying to add the third one inside itself. I just was going, wait a second, where did the second one go?
Uh-huh.
No, I really don't want that overlapping. I'm okay with the ground control things overlapping. That doesn't seem to actually cause a problem.
Yeah.
There we go. That's better. Of course, I'm kind of bleeding electricity like crazy. And I'm not really gaining altitude that well. So at like 3,000 meters, the other stuff is kicked in here. Probably not the most efficient way to do that.
Just 3,000 meters for
Mm-hmm.
solid rocket boosters.
Mm-hmm. Probably
Clearly
not
you
the
need
most
to
efficient.
stage the solid rocket boosters. I'll show myself out.
Yes, I need to have an outer ring of solid rocket boosters, and then an inner ring of solid rocket boosters.
Yeah.
Okay, I am not sure why the sound changed there, but it was not the stage dying that I thought it was. And that had catastrophic consequences. Okay, so let's try like half power or thereabouts on the engines, plus the boosters. That might work. Also, two of the ground things never actually considered themselves disengaged because we just broke free of them.
Alright, I think I'm gonna be off now.
Mm-hmm. Good night, Narc. Hopefully I'll make it to orbit tonight.
Good luck with that.
Yep.
And good night.
I promise, guys, I have actually made it to orbit. It did happen. Several times, in fact. I've made it into orbit around the sun. I've rendezvoused with a stray Kerbal who was stuck in orbit around the sun. I do actually know how to do this. Honest. Why aren't you guys believing me? Ah, well. This is coming out okay at this point. Apoapsis is approaching 35k, which is good. How far away is it? 39 seconds, 40 seconds. Excellent. I do think I need to keep fighting gravity because I really want to get that apoapsis up above, like 70,000 here. As long as I can get it way, way up, then I should be okay for the nuclear engine. Let's see if I can get closer to 45 on the money here. Okay. Oh yeah, Apoapsis is up above 70,000 now. That's nice. I think this might be the one. In fact, that's probably the best arc I've seen all day. I think once the Apoapsis gets up to 100,000, I'm going to see if I can stabilize it at 100,000. Because I really don't need to rise beyond 100,000 on this engine. That's still increasing apoaps. Yeah, and that's still increasing apoapsis. Oh god, am I actually going to hit orbit here? On this stage? For the first time all day? Don't think I'm quite going to hit it on this stage. Close, but not quite. But I think the nuclear engine might be enough at this point. Because I am clear up in space. I'm up above 100,000. I've got a minute and a half before I hit the apoapsis. If I glitch through the planet here, the periapsis is a good ways of the way through already. Oh, that's a long freaking burn, though. That is a freaking long burn. I'm so close, but this is such a weak engine. Oh. Come on, little engine, you can do this. Okay, I don't actually know that you can do this, but I'm hoping that you can do this. I am falling, which is less than ideal. Setting an overnote there just so that I can kind of track how the orbit is changing. It is still widening, which really I would be shocked if it wasn't, but you know. I'm just not sure this is gonna be fast enough. It's so close. It is so, so close. Oh, that is really annoying. Because it's just not quite gonna do it. Ah, darn it. Okay, let's go back to the launch here. And so what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try to uh, change what I do for the thrust to try and keep my my speed as close to whatever it's called as possible, to the terminal velocity. Because that also happens to be the optimal speed to rise at. Now, I don't have anything telling me what terminal velocity is, which is kind of tricksy. But I know it rises at about 10 meters a second per 1,000 feet. There we go. Rough estimate, but it's reasonable. So I don't have SAS on, and I am rolling a remarkably small amount. I think I'll just let it hang, actually, and see if I actually do get some gravity turn on this. So gravity turn basically means that you sort of automatically change the angle that you're going at based on air resistance. Okay, I misread that again. I hate it when that happens. Hey, I timed that just about perfectly. Incidentally, if you're watching the little SAS thing here and you see it flicker for a moment, that's because I'm tapping F to try and make it reset what its target point is. I'm not sure if that works, but it seems to help, so I'm gonna keep doing it. Okay, there we go. Wrong key! Damn it. I hate it when that happens. I don't think it really cost me much, so I'm not going to sweat it too badly. So I want to raise the apoapsis up to about 100,000. Because that gets me well out of the atmosphere. Okay. Yeah, need to detach those, because it's time for this stage. The one thing I don't like about the asparagus design is you have to really, really keep on top of it. It's not so bad when you're actually in space and generally doing fairly small thrusts at any point, but during takeoff it can be a major pain. I think I'm happy with this angle pretty much until we hit 100,000. Which I don't know if it will happen with this engine. Because I'm going at a much shallower angle this time. Come on, little spaceship. You can do it. Also, for anybody who does happen to be watching and is trying to talk to me in chat, I'm sorry, but I just have no way to see chat right now. I still need to figure out some way to get that working. So if you're talking to me and I seem to be ignoring you, it's because, well, I can't see a damn thing you're saying. I'm sorry. That's not looking terrible. Let's go ahead and kill the engine here. And let's drift forward a bit, because the further we get towards apoapsis, the easier it is to change stuff. I mean, you just need more fuel for the big engines. They're doing a lot of work, and they're almost getting us here. You know, I'm having a thought. I'm not sure that the asparagus thing is actually buying us anything on that round of engines. I'm thinking that the thrust that we're losing is actually more important than the less weight. Because the thing about launching is that it's generally a question of how much thrust can you get how fast. Until you start hitting air resistance, which we're really not, you don't have to worry about multi-staging on that sort of thing. It's useful for the boosters on the outside, but I think once we get down to that inner ring, we're just at the point where we need as much thrust as we have. We can actually make use of it, and it's more important to keep the extra engines than it is to ditch the extra fuel tanks. That's my theory. That is my theory. I'm sticking to it. At least for now. It might be worth doing sort of a half asparagus of feeding it into the center one, so that the center one then becomes the final stage. But I'm thinking that at this point, which is about where we would be losing the first portion of the asparagus, we still need all of the engines. Of course, I say that, and then I noticed that I wasn't throttled up completely, so I wasn't making use of them. Yeah, I still don't think this is going to work. But I'll go ahead and give it a try just to see. Really need to get that orbiting velocity going. The vertical is not as important right now, it's just moving along that I really care about. Yeah, the really nice thing about the nuclear engine is it is incredibly, incredibly good at fuel usage. The bad thing about this particular design is that it's borderline impossible to tell whether you're actually empty on a particular tank. I suppose you can go around and right-click them and find out that way, but yeah. Yeah, we're about to pass apoapsis. We're not gonna circularize. No. Let's just try staying throttled up fully the entire time. It's gonna lose us a little bit to atmospheric drag, but I think it may actually pay off just in simplicity. Less mistakes to make. Okay, so at this point, I've basically stabilized the apoapsis. turn off SAS for a moment and re-engage it there, because that's the point I want to keep. Come on, not the right way, that way is where I want to go. Apoapsis is still a full minute off, so I still have time to tinker. Okay, that's as good as it gets. Yeah, that's not quite gonna pull it off, is it? Okay. I like the idea of doing a half asparagus. Just occurred to me that I actually could have done this with symmetry because I'm doing it to all 6 of them equally. Ah. Oh well. Tough shit. Okay, and then I need... all of those in the same stage. Good. And I'm gonna change my mind on how I should be throttling again, because I don't like the experience I had last time. much? 15,000? Up to 83,000. 85. I'm liking the look of this. I think this might be the one. Toggle in the nav ball so that I have control from this interface. Okay. I still have over half a tank of fuel, which is really, really good. I think this will work. Okay, I'm throttled up to full. Come on, come on, come on. It is visibly widening. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Come on. So close. Crap. That's not gonna be enough. So close. Oh, that hurts. That really hurts. Okay, time to go back to Kerbal Design 101. If it doesn't work, add more power. It's only slightly clipping in, it'll be fine. And I was doing that without symmetry. Damn it. Looks totally legit. Nothing wrong with this design at all. Tis a triumph of Kerbal engineering. Yeah, let's fire everything together properly. Yeah, that looks better. So we're throttled up, we're good to go! That didn't work so well. No, that didn't work so well at all. So, Kerbal engineering at its finest, let's try changing something ever so slightly in a fairly random manner and see if it helps. Yeah. I really don't like the way that that snaps. This is especially annoying given the angle snap is off, but the orientation of the pieces still snaps to a few angles. Let's try that, yeah. I don't know whether it helped at all, but we'll try it. And we still have the frickin' broken setup. Ugh. And yeah, I need to go back one more time because I just, well, I suppose I can do it from here, but I just noticed that the main engines are also not in the right place again. I kind of wish it would offer to save the changes that you make to the staging. Too busy fighting with the nav ball to try and adjust the speed here. Holy crap, this is lopsided right now. Oh, because some of the stuff went on... Really? Some of it went on with that... I really wish it would intentionally switch the mode of the symmetry as soon as you picked up a part that had symmetry. Because it really makes no freaking sense to be moving around a part with symmetry and not using symmetry. Seriously, no sense at all. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay. So the first thing I want is basically one of those that's nestled in reasonably tight. Not quite that tight, though. I do want there to be room for it to separate. That looks good. But again, it's not freaking Ah. That looks okay. No, that... Stupid freaking interface. I was not clicking to drop that there, I was right-clicking to rotate my view. Why do you let a right-click do that? Okay, so save this because I'm going to need 3 of them, hopefully. Okay, that is about as good as it gets, I think. The height is off a bit, but whatever. And I didn't even think to look at the stages. I hope the stages are at least slightly reasonable. No, not really, no. I think that's good. And hey, we successfully separated that time. Excellent. Okay. This time I think I'm just gonna let the apoapsis keep rising. Because the higher that gets, the easier it is to form the orbit when we get up there. But I think what I'm going to do is basically just try to keep my cursor on the dot there. I always want to be making my orbit faster. That is my primary goal. If I make the apoapsis higher in the process, that is sort of a secondary thing. Because, yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and kill it here and wait until that gets a little closer. Because I'm trying to shift the periapsis now, and that's easier when I'm closer to the apoapsis. Come on. We are so close right now. We've been so close for so many flights in a row, it's getting really frustrating. Yes, there are no crew in my labmobile. I have some info. Ah, I have a total mass. That's good to know. Cool. Situation is suborbital. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to fix that. I'm trying so desperately to fix my suborbital. If I can get the nuclear engine into orbit at all, it is a fantastic engine. It will make the rest of the mission so much easier than getting it to orbit is. Especially because I've got a metric boatload of fuel for it. Okay. Clearly, we need more fuel. Also, clearly, the correct solution to this is just add more fuel on the bottom. If it will actually let me place it in the right spot. Why are you not snapping into position, man? Okay, that's one of the sets in position. There we go, that got that there. And that got those there. Jeez, that was a pain in the ass. Okay, and I should already have the daisy chaining in there. Okay, that looks right. Come on, come on, come on. Darn it! Bastard sabotaged me. Okay, so alternative designs. Space tape. Very important stuff, space tape. Okay, the next thing on will be a set of radial decouplers. Okay, more space tape. No, you may not have heard me clearly. I said more space tape. I do want it to actually exist. Okay, those look sufficiently taped. Next up, propulsion. There we go, that's the right way up. Okay. Time for more space tape, because these things are going to be wobbly as fuck right now. Well, that looks suitably MacGyvered together. I wonder how the stages look. I always forget to look. The stages look pretty decent, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that as is. Insufficient space tape. I should probably also do something about stabilizing this, too. Sure, I'll use the inline advanced stabilizers, because why not? Why did it work in one location and not the other? I'm so confused on that. Probably something like rounding error. Okay, one of my little bits of space tape here decided to connect to something completely different. That's where you're supposed to be connecting. I wonder who it was that I learned the term space tape from, because I'm pretty sure it's not my own invention. Oh, I can't space tape all the way up there? Darn it. Okay, let's see if that fails to explode on the launch pad. Asking if it reaches orbit would be super premature right now. Let's actually let this settle a little bit before I kick it off. That might help a little. No, not really. Okay. This is a decoupler-free solid fuel module. If this looks absolutely crazy to you, congratulations, you've just passed your IQ test. I'm doing it anyway. I wish there was a way to force these things to align themselves better. Yeah, that's probably about as good as it gets. Oh, come on. Why don't you want to connect at all? My space tape is insufficiently sticky. There we go. Got it. That was not in the slightest what I wanted to do. Happily, it managed to not destroy all of my space tape. Only some of my space tape. Okay. Okay. More tape. Always more tape. This is still just gonna immediately explode on the launch pad, of course. You know it. I know it. We're just gonna demonstrate it. Because clearly, the value of tape cannot be underappreciated. We need more tape. More tape. Lots and lots of tape. Really wish I could kind of flip my camera here, because I'm trying to connect to a surface that is kind of hard to see. Okay. So, time to watch a pretty explosion. If this holds together at all, I will be shocked. But hey, I did do everything I could as far as taping it to try and make it actually stay together. At this point, I think this thing might be more tape than chip. Holy crap! It's actually holding! What the hell? Oh man, it held! That impossible network of lines actually held it together. Jesus. By this design, even if it doesn't make it into orbit, I'm impressed by it. Okay, I would like to trigger the next stage, please, game. I am pressing the key and nothing is happening. Game? Yeah, I am madly pressing spacebar. Nothing's happening. Game. Help. Oh dear. This is going to end kind of ingloriously. There is apparently no next stage. I just have too much tape. The entire thing succumbs to the weight of tape. Oh, I'm out of power. That's why. I have no control. Oh wow. That's that's impressive. It exploded so hard the game just couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. And little ancillary explosion. But hey, the T sections all landed fine. I don't see what went wrong with this. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe we might want to wait for day. You know, so that I can actually have power coming in and yeah. Yeah, that might help a little. And random explosion. Yep, welcome to KSP. Let's go ahead and take that trick of recovering it here for no real gain. also go clear up any debris that may be left. As it happens, the debris all seems to be out in space, but there's only 2 pieces of it, so... I did not want to fly! Yep, congratulations, I am now flying a thing in the middle of nowhere with nothing to control it, and no fuel. It has an engine at least, but no fuel. There's even a fuel tank. Yeah, terminate, please. So, let us be trying this again, shall we? We shall. This was the Labmobile E. E for extreme. For insane. Yes, I know that's normally spelled with an I. What do you want from me? I'm insane. Okay, so... here we go! One random explosion. That was... not according to plan. Why did I get one random explosion there on one of the 6 identical sides? I wish to know this. Hey, look, we took off. Oh yeah, I can't quick save while I'm still in the atmosphere. Darn it. That would be nice. But hey, this time I still have electric charge because I actually have solar panels. Wow. That's pretty amazing. Power. I'll be able to actually engage the next stage. It'll be awesome. Also, I've made it all the way up to 4,000 feet on solid fuel alone. And hey look, my ship just got a lot simpler. As I drop off the massive thing of boosters that will go crash into the ground. The bad news is I'm not really accelerating any right now. I'm starting to again. I wasn't for quite a while there. Come on, spacecraft. Make it to space. Man, that was dangerous. I just about hit the next stage key by accident. Well, that was scary as the stuff that I cast off explodes around me. That is possibly, again, the best curve that I've seen at this stage. It's got an apoapsis up at 200,000, which is nice. Now I'm really thinking that I need to wait until I get closer to Appa. It is 4 minutes off. At 1 minute off of Apo, I will start accelerating again. Okay. This is, at this point, my best shot, so... Go for it, man! Circularize that orbit, please. In fact, just make it an orbit, please! I've still got about half of that tank left. And that's a frickin' huge tank, so yeah. Apu is actually running away from me right now, which I'm reasonably happy with. It means I'm staying behind it. Look, look, look! Ooh, ooh, ooh! It's happening, it's happening! Yay! It actually made it out the other side! That's an orbit! I made it! I'm in orbit! Yay! I actually made it to orbit! Yay! Oh man, that took a lot of work! I finally made it up here. Yay! Okay, quick save! Absolutely quick saving. Yeah. Oh man. I'm here. Woohoo! Wow, that was hard. Okay, now for the easy part of the trip. So I am headed for Jewel. That is my target. So the first thing I want to do right now is zoom back in on Kerbal, but then at the periapsis I want to start boosting my apoapsis a lot. Because I want a Kerbal escape. Nice, I can get a gravity assist from the moon here. That's about as little as I can cut it to and still actually get the assist and get out of the area. So I've got an estimate of 1 minute and 34 seconds of burn, and it's in a little while yet. Like 18 minutes. Where is my blue dot? I want to know where my blue dot is. My blue dot appears to be way over there. Oh god, I am going to overshoot it because I can't slow this thing down fast enough. This ball controls like a tank. And I don't mean that it has those, pair stick tank controls. I mean it's as heavy as a tank. Jeez. Come on. And I've been holding push to talk, so apologies for any background noise there. And lock that in, man. Lock that in. Okay, so 16 minutes. Fortunately, I can just speed things up here and see that come in much, much shorter time. lucky break that I happened to be able to get the gravity assist without even trying to look for it. That is really, really handy. Thank you, Moon. You helped me escape my orbit much easier. Also, I'm about to run out of this engine, which is kind of unfortunate because this is a nice, strong engine. On the other hand, there's significantly less stuff now. Yeah, I'll probably still be able to get to the moon assist here, but it'll be a lot harder now. Go away, you are not actually helping me any. I want to be increasing the size of my orbit until I see that moon escape. So this is the one downside to the nuclear engine. It is a very slow engine. On the other hand, I've used almost no fuel. So, yeah. You can, of course, overcome the downside to some extent by putting more of them on. This asparagus design, I could have put 7 of them on. On the other hand, they're somewhat heavy, so the more of them you put on, the less their effective efficiency is, because, well, they're having to move themselves. It's probably worth the trade-off, though. Also, I hear somebody bonking me in Mumble, but I can't see Mumble right now. Tough. Whoever it is just going to have to learn to live with disappointment. Yeah, we've been past that periapsis for a long time now. If we'd had the fuel to finish that, that would have been really nice, because this is the last of the big ones. And shut up, whoever you are in Mumble. I can't see you. Okay, we're up to 5,000 meters. Not 5,000, that's 5 million meters. Million, M. And the orbit is starting to grow faster, which is good. It was not really going to be fun if it grew slower. Oy. Okay, up to 7 million kilometers. So the moon orbits at 11.5 million. So we're going to be increasing our orbit to run into it soon. Not sure if we'll run into the assist before or after we hit its orbit. 10 million. There we go. And the answer was more or less at the exact same time. I think it started hitting it just before, but by the time we got to the escape, it was probably after. So... that was disconcerting. It lost track of the escape for a little bit there. What an odd-looking thing, that. So are we actually going to do a complete orbit around the moon before we escape? Oh crap! No, we're gonna crash into the moon. Yeah. I hope I have enough time to do this node, because this one's kind of important. Just saying. Kind of important. Oh man. Yeah. Going to crash into the moon. Bad thing. Bad thing. There's the node. Okay, yeah, let's be altering our orbit so we don't smash into the lunar surface. That sounds like a good plan. Okay, I now actually have a moon periapsis. That's good. I like having a moon periapsis. It's much better than having a moon crashiapsis. So yeah, okay, so the next thing I want to do... get rid of that node. I want a node at the periapsis. I think that's about as good as it gets. Okay. Okay, so the node is in 50 sub-minutes. God, crash course on the moon. Oh. Thank you, Gravity Assist. That was so brilliant. I mean, on the whole, it's still probably a net energy savings, because getting out of the system is kind of expensive, but, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't know. I'm gonna start this 1 minute out, because I'm going to be pulling the periapsis closer to myself, I believe. God. Yes! Yeah, it's gonna be so much easier once we actually get that, once we actually get that orbit around Kerbal. After that, we're not gonna have any problems at all. We're not gonna crash into the moon, honest! Serves me right. Serves me right. Okay. You know, this is just gonna be close enough. I get good fuel efficiency. I don't really care that much about making sure that I'm always boosting at exactly the right time. Because I've got well more than enough fuel to get where I'm going. Well, that was kind of disconcerting, as it decided that I was going to be in a moon orbit for a bit again there. So, my apoapsis is passing Minmus. There goes another little dipsy doodle. And another. Jeez, it just keeps trying to say that I'm gonna wrap around the moon again. So, there's a Kerbal escape course. There we go. We have escaped Kerbal. We are now on a solar course. So, what's our adjustment here. We do need an adjustment, because 1.4 is just a little too far off. If it was below 1, I would be willing to just try to get there, but at 1.5, I kind of do actually want to correct it. No, that's making it worse. So the kind of interesting little trick to telling when you've got it right God damn it. Why did you delete my node there? I was just switching. So the nice trick to tell when you've got it right is when you come very, very close to the orbit, you see how the green nodes kind of swing around there? Yeah. You want to get them more or less halfway around the circle from you. Ascending node Nan. Yeah, that's as good as it gets on comparison. That basically means it can't tell the difference, so it breaks the calculation. That was kind of interesting. I kept getting into and out of vague resemblance to Kerbal. Cute. So, 45 days. Fortunately, again, we do not have to wait for this. Also interesting, oh, I guess, yeah, it's still marking the nodes after the transfer. That makes sense. I was thinking they might have gotten shifted around by the interactions with Kerbal, but apparently not. We are just pacing Kerbal really, really nicely right now. Because, you know, we just barely escaped it. We were sort of intentionally not taking any more velocity than we needed. Okay, so time to reorient ourselves and find the blue dot again. There it is. And at this kind of scale, as long as you're within a few minutes, it really, really, really doesn't matter. You know, when you're traveling 45 days to get there, if you're off by 5 minutes, it's not going to make a difference. I'm even going to delete the node so that I can watch these directly. -1. Or I could watch this one, +1. I can't click those like I can on the apoapsis? That's annoying. 10. 09. It kind of would be nice if I could accelerate the acceleration. But unfortunately, no, you cannot warp faster than 1x while throttled. which is annoying with a slow engine like this, but kind of understandable. Negative 0.7. Or, positive, depending on which one you're looking at, but I'm looking at the negative one. And I'm thinking basically as soon as I get this portion done, I'm going to go ahead and have to leave. I will probably continue playing later, but I doubt I'm going to start streaming again, since I really started because Narc was interested in seeing what I was doing, and he's gone to bed. I may do a video again another time and show some of the details of how you actually do your orbital transfers and things like that. It's mostly a case of trial and error. Eventually you figure out more or less how to do it, and you get kind of a sense for how it works. And you can see the nodes are starting to swing already. 0.0. There we go. I got it on one of the NANDs. It's close enough at this point it doesn't really matter, but, just for my amusement. So I will go ahead and show you the next step, which is at either apoapsis or periapsis, because they're so close together it really doesn't matter. I want to add a maneuver. I want to increase my orbit, because I want to go out and hit the orbit of the planet that I'm trying to get to. At this point, you see how there's a target position at closest approach and closest approach marker. Basically, you want to circle around a few times until they're pretty close on the circle, and then play around with maneuver nodes until you find something that gets you an encounter. I forgot to watch for my node. Oh well. Again, it probably doesn't really matter that much, because I'm still fairly close to it, and it's still a pretty circular orbit, so yeah. Basically, I just want to boost my orbit up to a higher plane, because I'm heading to somewhere higher. Oh no, I'm shifting the ascending and descending nodes ever so slightly. How will I ever survive? I will survive by trying to shift them back the other way. But yeah, you can see that this is going to take a while to accelerate the periapsis all the way up to where this one is. 67 million, it's at 13.7 million, it's not changing very fast. Downside to nuclear engines. They are slow. I really should consider making the next version of the design actually have a full set of nuclear engines, because that's probably a good plan, but yeah, I didn't do it this time around. I'm not going to really sweat it, because it's not that big a deal. I'll go ahead and wait for the inversion to happen and then head out. Go get myself some food. Food. Food is good stuff. Do you eat food? I eat food. I don't know where my head is going there, aside from a very strange children's show. Children's show for robots? I don't know. Do you eat food? I eat food. No, we do not eat food. You are an idiot. We shall exterminate you. Exterminate. Exterminate. Apparently that shifted from just a show for robots to a show for Daleks. That's pretty well inverted. So let's go ahead and throttle down to 0. Quick save. And call that good. See you guys later.